Hello. Not sure if it's actually streaming or not. In the browser, it's not showing the preview or anything. It just says offline, but at the same time, below it says live. So, well, I have no idea. So I'm just gonna check on my phone real quick. It's probably online. It's probably fine. Oh, Jinx is still streaming. I didn't realize. I thought she had already finished her stream long ago. Pretty awesome. Anyway, I know that the stream title says Eden Raids, but before that, I actually want to do the remaining job quests real quick. I kind of forgot to include that, actually. Hold on. Okay, that should do it. Okay, so last time we actually we were halfway through the monk job quest, so we're just gonna finish that real quick, and then after that, I think I've done all the DPS ones. I think I've already done ninja, dragoon, samurai, reaper and viper. Don't get one. Have I done machinist? I have done machinist. I have done bard, dancer as well, red mage. Red mage was the first one. Wait, no, the first one was gunbreaker, then machinist. Black mage, I've done it. Paladin is done. Gunbreaker is done, yeah. White mage is done. Okay, so it's warrior. After monk, it's warrior, dark knight, scholar, and astrologian. I'm going to leave Dark Knight for last. Yeah. It's a poster job for Shadowbringers, right? Might as well. At first I was gonna leave Monk for last, but then I was afraid at the last second there in the last stream that the queue would pop in the middle of a cutscene, so I just switched to Monk. Now I might as well commit to it. Waiting. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, hi, Liz. Yeah, Liz from the hit critically acclaimed expansion Stormblood. Actually, it's not as critically acclaimed as Heaven's Ward or Shadowbringers. God knows why. Yeah. People just have a skill issue. It's good. Especially Eureka. Eureka is awesome. I'm Liz Hext of the Alamigan Resistance. Thank you for coming all this way. Juliana, don't tell me you know Master Withergeld. Oh yeah. Where do you think I learned to be a monk? Joriana is a dear comrade. I owe her much and more. Well, that makes it easier then. To get right to the heart of the matter, Master Withergeld, we wish to invite you to rejoin the Resistance. Oh, the Stormblood leitmotif is so good. I love it. Under the Mad King and then the Garleans, the people of Alamigo lived in crippling fear and mutual mistrust. Yeah, that was freaking awful. Right after the Mad King was gone, the Guardians came in. That was so bad. In rebuilding the nation, we want to create a place where folk can believe in and support one another. A place where everyone is regarded as a friend. In those who are kin to the Mad King? Ah, yeah, I remember that. We should have reached out to you earlier, I know. But we feared that doing so would incite those who plotted to return to the old rule. It's quite alright, Commander. I know your intent is good and true. However, I cannot rejoin the Resistance. I would serve my nation as a humble monk, this I have sworn to myself. A man named Theodred never existed. There was ever only Withergalt. And he wishes to restore that which was once lost, the teachings of the Feast of Rogger. Ah, I see. Then you must do what your heart tells you. Let's try this again. I put this request to Withergalt of the Feast of Rogger. I want you to train the soldiers of the Resistance. Though we've won our freedom, we must be prepared to fight to keep it, and I believe that your techniques will serve us well. I never trained properly myself, and for what it's worth, I'm very keen to learn. And yet you were still able to, break Lady Vazino's helmet. Not bad. And I should be honored to teach. You also know the level 3 limit break for monk. Great, we're in your debt. If I might make a request of my own, may I visit the Temple of the Fist? I would pay my respects. Of course, you hardly need my permission for that. Come on, Joriana, let's all go together. We shall go together. Get out of my head, Zemnas, please. Oh, I never realized that in the dungeon when you pass through here, you're actually right on top of the head. I never noticed. I blame this on being with other players instead of by myself. That is so cool, I never noticed. Never realized. Makes sense, of course, but I just never realized. Yeah, here the Kubo Library hard mechanics, but reversed for some reason. And here brings back memories. I remember the high priests, my brother and sister monks, all of them gone now in fire and smoke. But you survived, like the temple's stout stones, and thanks to your efforts, the faith has begun to rise from the ashes. You will meet Emma Sky eventually. Not my efforts alone. All I have achieved I owe to many others. Professor Eric, the Zensa and Ochaka, and not least of all, Joriana. I couldn't have come this far on my own either. Like you, I had dear comrades to prop me up and push me forward. And I'll never stop forging on. For all amigo! Thank you. That's a cash shop emote. Why can't I get that? Our paths may differ, but our goals are one and the same. There is no more need for words. Wow, the Stormblood cinematic. I think this imposes too. Jurian, the professor worries for me. Please return to him. Let him know that all is well. Oh. Yeah, and then fade to white, the usual. That was cool though. I'm pretty sure it was the same... Might have been the same stances that the Warrior of Light and Elise do, right? In the Stormblood cinematic, when they're fighting on the hand of the statue? I'm not sure. But it's all, that was also part of that cash shop emote. That should be for monks, in my opinion. It really should be something that you unlock as a monk. It makes no sense otherwise. It would have been perfect to unlock in this one. But no, it's a cash shop emote, so yeah. Hey, what's up, Eric? Ah, you are returned. Were you able to find Withergalt? Yeah, he's fighting now. The leader of the resistance too. I see. I'm pleased to hear that his effort to revive the Feast of Rogger proceeds apace. Of course, it will still take considerable time for the faith to take root across the land, but Withergelt is young and determined. The day will come when he realizes his dream. But to think that it was none other than the Curtis Hex's daughter that sought him out. A woman who embraces her lineage and a man who rejects his. Viewed thus, their paths could not be more different. But as they have discovered, their goals are one and the same. Almego is stronger for their cooperation. In any case, it appears my concerns were unfounded. My thanks for laying my fears to rest. For a while, though, I believe I will observe these two souls in their future endeavors. After all, I am nothing if not observant. Recruit 4. Oh, that was enough for level 82. Shadow of the Destroyer. Oh! That is so cool! Wait, that is so cool actually. Woo woo! Hell yeah! Finally! Not just this one that uses legs now. This one also uses legs. Wait, that's so cool! That looks so cool. I love that. So the mystery of the Scion's missing ether has been solved. But of course their souls were transported to a different world. The thought did cross my mind, but at the time I judged it too implausible, if theoretically not impossible. Okay, there's nothing new here. Yeah, okay, it's just all the same. The lore guy has nothing new to share. To be fair, he wouldn't have anything, right? Yeah, he wouldn't have anything on things from the first. Unless there's yeah, maybe there's a version of Eric on the first. Oh wait, no, it's a Sahi face. Mosen? I don't remember his name. Oh no. Anyway. Okay, now let's go to the healers before going to the tanks. So, Manosha, Limsa Lominsa, wow, and let's do Scholar, the best healer job quest of all. And it's not even close, it's actually hilarious. Just how much better it is than all the others. Not to say that the others are bad though, the others are good, just that the Scholar is above the rest. Okay, True Beauty. If it isn't Juliana in the flesh, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? Rashad keeps me apprised of any tales of your heroism that reach her ears, and I must say, they never fail to inspire me to reach for greater martial and tactical heights. I have thus been seizing upon every opportunity to hone my skills, be it through employment or study. In fact, I have an appointment with Surito Carito shortly to review mariner stratagems for securing thoroughfares and byways. Would you care to join me? Yeah? Uh-huh. Excellent. It will be a pleasure to train alongside you again. I shall meet you at Camp Bronze Lake. Surito Carito awaits us there. I just realized that I forgot to include the chat here. I just remembered the chat. Oh well, I'm not gonna put it now. Oh, I need to go to Camp Bronze Lake. Just like old times, isn't it? Why are you on the water? My, what a pleasant surprise! I was unaware that you would be joining us today. Heavens, is that Juliana I spy? Hey, what's up, Setoto? Black mage with a knife. Say Toto, a true pleasure to see you. Have you come for the exercises as well? Of course. It may have been well over a millennium ago that I began my studies, but I am still a student with much to learn. Though I am somewhat hampered by the small matter that is my inability to summon a fairy while trapped in this grotesque form. You are hardly grotesque, my lady, and I'm confident that there is some way you might once again call forth a fairy. You need only find a way to tap the royal marine spirit within you, come hell or high water. Let us hope you are right. Indeed. Doubt not that he is. But first, given how rare this opportunity is, might I suggest that we begin by asking Jorian to regale us with tales of her recent endeavors? There is much we might learn from them. The second option? Lamet Damet's journey. Oh, yeah. Lamet, she and then Gia. I'm so proud of them. Lamet strives to save her sister, no matter what it costs her. It reminds me of my father. I can scarce believe you traveled to another world entirely. Were it anyone else, I would doubt the veracity of their words, but I can only envy you. You must have gained much insight into the nature of our own star. The concept of stone blight fascinates me. Highly contagious, transforms the body. I cannot but draw parallels between it and the Nemean plague. Yeah, I know, right? I didn't even notice it until we mentioned Lamet. What were you able to discern about the magic utilized in curing it? Perhaps the application of a high concentration of ether. But how? Might crystal serve to amplify? Assuming so... I need to think with my kitchen knife. It may work! The similarities of Stoneblight to our own affliction. This may well be the key to a cure for the Nemean plague. You mean to say that my body and my ability to cast healing magic could be restored? Precisely. It will be a complex process involving trial and error, of course, but I assume you are interested nevertheless. You have all the time in the world. Very good. Your assistance will hasten the process considerably. Setoto, I would have your aid in preparing the experimental compound. We will require instruments that allow for a high degree of precision. Alkazolka, you must consult an expert goldsmith to procure suitable supplies. Well, you have one right here. Or Serendipity. I believe we might make use of Revival Root as well, though I know of no better source of it than the aged trance of Snake Mold. It will be something of a walk, I realize, but can I trust these tasks to you? No problemo. A challenge befitting the Royal Marines. Into it we shall rise. Yay. It's the closest thing to hope that I have felt in a very long time. Though the concentration needs exceed anything we have Joriana. Yes, upon reflection, I am quite certain I require that root. The harder the cutting, the better. Okay. And now suddenly I'm gonna get level 80 stuff, and I just realized I still have level 70 things. Whatever. Yeah, I'm doing really very little damage. Yeah, I'm still going for level 70 gear. That's kind of bad. Bonk with the book. Love it. We'll be able to procure the root. Here you go. Thank you. I expect this will be sufficiently potent. Now we will only need to wait Alcazolca's return and... Apologies, I have only just escaped. I'm acquainted with a goldsmith of some repute, and he agreed to fashion the instruments in return for my massaging him with salamander oil. Salamander oil, again, Godward, of course, I didn't even think of Godward. Yeah. However, the goods themselves should be more than adequate. Ah, they're a bit oily, but presumably that will come off. In which case, we can prepare the compound at any time. However, the matter of what follows is problematic. Problematic? In what sense? Though I am fairly confident in my theory, the experimental compound is just that, experimental. I did state before that this process would involve trial and error. As the Nemean plague does not affect beasts, to test it on any but a Thornberry is impossible. Yet, as its ingestion will result in disruption of the body's ethereal balance, there is a possibility that the subject may find himself worse off than before. I have no intention of inflicting such a fate on any of my brethren, naturally, and so should I be warped beyond recognition as a result, the task of destroying me will fall to you. You cannot honestly believe we would agree to that. What if you were to test it on me instead? Dun dun dun, no one could have seen this coming. Absolutely not. You heard what he said. The test subject might very well become a monster. I'm prepared to take the risk. Well, I'm not prepared to let you. So you would rather Cerrito Carrito do it? If the test does fail and he becomes some sort of abomination, who will remain to continue researching the cure? It follows that I ought to be the subject. Where's your mouth anyway? And I'm supposed to accept that? It's not your choice to make. Please calm yourselves. The admixture will take some time to prepare in any case. We can discuss this later, when we have all had the opportunity to think. Fine. I will do my thinking elsewhere if it's all the same to you. Ah. I don't understand. I'm merely trying to prevent her from placing herself in harm's way. I believe you too would be well served by a reprieve. Perhaps a bit of exercise. You're sad, just exercise. My god, that is so bad. If you insist. It is kinda true in a way, but man, don't do that. This would be a far sight easier if they were honest with one another. As you doubtless are aware, Setoto is quite enamored of Alcazolka. She seems disinclined to pursue the matter, however, her current condition being what it is. Though she raised a salient point, I would not have her volunteer if her primary goal is to remove that perceived obstacle. Were Alcazolka to be forced to slay her, only to later learn what it was all for, it doesn't bear thinking about. Might you go and speak with her? I expect that she is fuming somewhere in Outer Lanosha. She has a tendency to wander when she's distressed. Oh, the long climb. Okay. Near those crystals. The floating city of Nim. A really pretty part. I like this. It's very pretty. The fog isn't doing it any favors, but it's a very pretty area. I apologize for my earlier conduct. I have no intention of changing my mind though. My logic is sound. It is, but are the reasons you gave truly why you volunteered? Is it? Love makes us do foolish things. Are they? Ah, I see. Since it's come to this, yes, I am in love with Alcazolka, even though I'm thousands of years older. And maybe, were things different, I could be content with that. If we might walk hand in hand without drawing the attention of every would-be hero within 10 moms, if my compatriots were just as free to pursue their own happiness. As it is, however, his insistence upon protecting me above all else, it chafes. I am no fool. I know that others, Alcazolka included, are stronger than I, and I am not so proud as to refuse aid on principle. But it's not enough to merely live. Insulated from harm, I've always wanted to help people. Now more than ever, knowing firsthand the terrible toll this plight takes on all of us. It is not simply my own desires that make me so adamant. Truthfully, there is no more suitable subject on whom the cure might be tested. I had not yet seen 20 summers when I was afflicted. So if it has unanticipated effects, my body will be best able to bear them. Moreover, I was one of the last to fall to the plague before we entered our lengthy slumber, meaning my illness is less advanced. If this potential cure shows results, they will present in me most quickly. To say the thought that it could fail does not frighten me would be a lie. Yet, if there is a means by which I might save my people from suffering, I cannot ignore it. You follow the path of the scholar, you understand, don't you? Well, something that I just realized. These stoneberries have existed for thousands of years, right? And they were alive and just normal people. Lalfels, but normal people. Those thousands of years ago. And yet, they do not speak in the same way Urian J speaks. Please answer me. Answer that question. Where did Urianger learn to talk like that? Why does he talk like that? Clearly, it's not some ye old English in the lore, or else these Thornberries would be speaking in that ye old English, but they're not. Anyway. You do make a compelling argument. Thank you. Talking this through with you has helped to clear my head, I believe. I'm ready to speak with the others. And now back and back again. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then forward and back, and one step forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then forward and back, and one forward. Ah, you have returned. How are you feeling? More confident than ever. You must test the cure on me. Alka, please. I'm not making this decision in haste, nor do I take it lightly. Truth be told, I'm terrified. But I need to do this. Juliana agreed. It must be me. Yes, I must admit your reasoning is sound. I appreciate that you worry for me, Alka. It means more than you know. But this is my duty, my battle to fight. You can trust me to meet this foe with all I have. I vow not to quit the field until the bitter end. But if the time comes when I am no longer myself, I need to know that my fate is in good hands. In your hands. As you wish. I will be at your side as any true mariner would. But I know that I fully expect you to seize victory, come hell or high water. I will. Thank you, Alka. Very well, if the both of you are resolved, I will abide by Setoto's decision. But before we begin, I must explain how the process is meant to work. First, Setoto will drink the compound I devised. This should destabilize the ethereal composition of her body. When she has done so, Alka-Zolka, you must stand at the ready with this, the gemstone retrieved from Emdapor. It shall serve as a focus. Oh, okay. Juliana and Lily... Juliana and Lily will channel their restorative magic through the focus, amplifying it. In theory, being exposed to a sufficient volume of curative ether will encourage Setoto's own ether to tune to it and set itself to rights. How in all these years did you not think about this? To do this? All the panic and all, I guess. Da, 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 da. Hello. You're not purple. You're not Celine. If all are clear on what must be done, let us commence. Oh, it burns, it burns! Juliana, Lily, now! Fight it, Setoto! Her clothes changed too. Wow. Oh, that's so nice. I'm glad that this ended with actually finding a cure for the plague. Yeah, she has green hair. You were destined to be a Thornberry, I guess. Aww. Oh, this is so cute. A truly radiant Setoto, inside and out. That is so cute. I am so glad that this job quest ended like this. In this way. I feel the breeze on my skin. Oh, it's wonderful. You couldn't before? Oh, that's terrifying actually. That is bad. I was nearly certain it would work. But to see the result is another matter entirely. I can scarce believe my eyes. Aww. Oh, God, you. You're so cute. You did well. That is the wrong emote. You did well. To think, after all this time, the endless research, we have a cure for the Nemean plague. That Surita Carito even managed to devise such a thing is remarkable enough, but to see it succeed on the first try. Wait, sorry, I hit my mic. Without Juliana's skill as a scholar, it never would have been possible. And Setoto, your kindness, your conviction, your strength of spirit. It inspires me to train it with even greater fervor. Dude. What? That is so like him. He's still utterly oblivious to my feelings, I'm sure. It's alright though. I never truly expected to have another chance at the life I once envisioned for myself. And now that I do, I intend to enjoy it. There's no need to rush through all the best parts. That goes for my vocation as well. I intend to relearn the scholarly arts, starting from the basics. And with my etheric balance restored, I should be able to summon Lilac properly. Lilac. Oh, Freedom Planet. Someday we will be the salvation of those in need, I swear it. For the moment, however, I have much training to do if I am to be fit for the Royal Marines. To that end, I'm off to find Alka. Aw. Right there. About. Very cute. I'm really glad it had a good conclusion. The people of Nim deserve better. They really did. Having labored for so long, so fruitlessly, and then to see the cure realized at last, I find myself at a loss for words. It's funny. Wait, actually, it's actually so funny too. Because the reason why they got this Nemean plague in the first place was because of the people of Mac. And the people of Mac and all the other city-states back then that were like at war and also caused the fifth umbral calamity of water, I think. Come hell or high water. So yeah, it was the watered one. They all perished. They all tried to also undermine Nim because Nim was so powerful that they were scared that they would join the war and that Nim would just wipe out everyone. So they just attacked them with a bioweapon before they could do anything. But in the end, Nim is the one that ended up surviving. That's so cool. That is cool. I love the Scholar Quest, I really do. It's great. I will need to monitor Setoto's condition for a time, of course, lest there be adverse effects that were not readily apparent. But this is progress, astounding progress, toward the day when we might see all Thornberries restored to their former selves. In the meanwhile, inexperienced in matters of the heart though they are, you needn't worry over much for those two. I have confidence that they will sort themselves out in due time. Very well. In whatever worlds or travels lead you to, and thank you. That was so good. Genuinely, that was really good. Oh, right, I get titles for these. Knower of Twin Worlds. Okay. This sounds like something that you will get from the Shadowbringers main story. The Transcendent, okay. Okay. Alright, that was great. That was really good. Oh yeah, and another thing, like, one of the ways that they propagated the plague in Nim was through refugees that weren't actually refugees, they were just there to... Well, I mean, I guess they were refugees. But Nim took war refugees and protected them. Oh, wow, I don't think I have realized. You can see... Oh my god, what was the name again? My mind is just going all over the place. Pharaoh Sirius, yeah. I was gonna say Sirius Tower, but now, no, it's Pharaoh Sirius. You can see it from here, that's cool. The Realm Reborn areas are so good. They're so nice. Okay, now for Astrologian. I have not done Machinist, actually. Never mind. I really thought I had done Machinist. I really like this effect so much. It looks so good. Oh, right, yeah, he has Hilda included. Right, I only checked it out, but I didn't actually start it. Ah, Juliana, my prospectometer never fails. I knew your own well-honed instincts would alert you to my current turmoil. It is our faithful Joya who concerns me. Her behavior has been awfully odd of late. Frequent outings to parts unknown, acting secretive, that sort of thing. It reminds me of the time her father was being held captive. I worry that she once more finds herself the victim of nefarious circumstances. That is, as they say, where you come in. An adventurer and machinist of your caliber should have little trouble discerning the severity of her situation. Discreetly, of course. I would make a few subtle inquiries myself, but I fear that Joy, her senses on edge as they are, will soon detect the attempt. As fortune would have it, she only just left on one of her mysterious outings. You should be able to catch her in the vicinity of Saint Renette's Forum if you leave immediately. Okay. Sorry, Joy. Hope I don't keep you waiting too long. Oh, Hilda. I just got here myself, as a matter of fact. But we'd best be getting along all the same. Does Joya look different? Aye, today's the day, I can feel it. Is it just me? Why does Joya look... She probably doesn't look different, but for some reason, it feels like she looks different. Ah, champion. You have business in the city? With my sister, mayhap? I thought I spied her in the crowd, making her way to the forum. What crowd? So Lord Stephanivian is concerned for Joya then? Well, he has placed his trust in the right agent if it is discretion he requires. As it happens, I may even have information of use to you. It has been brought to my attention that Joy and Hilda have been spotted together in Falcon's Nest on more than one occasion. They've both earned a measure of fame here in Ishgard, you see. Sufficient to warrant a curious mention to the Temple Knights when the two of them are seen traveling as a pair. I am somewhat curious about Hilda's activities myself, but I shall leave further investigations in your capable hands. Pray convey my regards to Lord Stephanemian. Okay. And I'm just going up through here. It takes longer probably, but... yeah. Oh, Juliana, welcome back. Were you able to divine aught of consequence? With Hilda, you say? What in Hallona's name could they be doing in Falcon's Nest? Not a peep from my prospectometer. I suppose there's naught else for it. You must fall back on old-fashioned reconnaissance. Pray lend me your assistance a while longer, Juliana. To Falcon's Nest we go. I'll do that. You just teleport over there. Yes. I will do that. There you are, Juliana. Have you any idea how famous our machinists have become? I had only to mention Joy and Hilda by name to be inundated with a veritable flood of rumors. To seem our unlikely pair are en route to the Black Iron Bridge. And just like that, we have our next destination. Okay. And the heavens border are so cool too. Just kinda a shame that they don't have as many aetherytes as they should. Shots from a firearm. There can be no mistaking the owners. Come, we might have a better view from the edge of the cliff. Are they doing target practice or something? Are they on a date while using their guns? Is this what they mean by Guns N' Roses? It's no good, I've got nothing. What about you, Joya? Me mind's a blank. Easy enough to say, but a damn sight harder to do, eh? We've always had an instructor before showing us the way. Not surprising we'd stumble a bit trying to come up with stuff on our own. I never thought that I would see Hilda just so casual and happy. I suppose I thought we'd have made more progress by now. Are you sure we shouldn't ask his lordship for a little advice? That'd fit the purpose then, wouldn't it? If we're to stand on our own 2 feet, then we need to work this out ourselves. Aye, you're the right of it. We just keep shooting then, and hope we find our target. Let's move on. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, Joy now... Yeah, I remember now why she looked a little off. I forgot. I keep meaning to ask, but how in the bloody hell do you do that? You think off the hairpins when you draw the weapon, or...? No time for questions, Hilda. Your breath would be better spent searching for new things to shoot. That is funny. I remember now why she felt a little off. It was I who dreamed up the machinist, and Rosnestall who helped bring the idea into being. The machine we put together, well, that was driven forward by the likes of you and Joya and Hilda. Then, as natural as if I had planned it, you and those two ladies took charge of my designs. It's a strange feeling. How wildly the needle flicks twixt a mentor's pride and an inventor's longing. Everyone's favorite OST. It would seem, however, that our comrades are experiencing some difficulties with the particulars of developing new techniques, a problem to which we might offer a solution. But in light of their efforts to achieve independence, to simply begin bellowing direction seems boorish. Have you any ideas on how to proceed? We give their imaginations a nudge. Yeah. A little creative push, you think? That could certainly help break them out of the slump they find themselves in. But how exactly to provide that inspiration? Aha! But of course! The answer stands right there in front of me. You stand at the peak of the profession, the living embodiment of all it means to be a machinist. All we need to do is have you demonstrate the techniques you have acquired and refined over the course of your illustrious career. What could possibly be more inspiring? I can summon a whole freaking mech instead of just a small turret that just kinda showed up in my back pocket one time, just out of nowhere. I shall head out now and herd a suitably monstrous opponent back for you to dispatch. It just kinda showed up out of nowhere after I left Comra for some reason. Or Tomra. Yeah, Tomra. The sound of shots ringing out should bring the ladies running to investigate, just as theirs alerted us to their location. Right then, we can reconvene at this spot once our little show is concluded. Okay. I just can't hate on machinations. I know a lot of people hate machinations, but I can't hate it. It sounds good. It just sounds nice. It's a good piece of music. Well, I can do 3 of those? Wow. Alright. Nicely done, Joriana. I'm truly in awe of what you can accomplish with my contraptions. Tell me, where did you learn such control and power? A journey through a land without night. I fought to save a distant star. Okay, Machinist is the only one so far that doesn't have anything in particular about the role quests, it seems. That's a shame. I fought to save a distant star. A journey through a land without night. They're the same thing. I fought to save a distant star. I fear the magnitude of such a journey falls beyond the scope of my prospectometer, but the results of your experience speak for themselves. Assuming they were watching, our 2 machinist comrades will have certainly gleaned a lesson or 2 from your expert demonstration. Yes, I believe our work here is done. We return to Ishgard. Ta-da! Oh, you can still see the... Wait, what? Wait, hold on. So I went here, and then we just kind of crossed paths here. We just bumped into each other then, right? It's cool that there are footprints that were left. Now they're gone, sure, but they left footprints. The cutscene versions of ourselves. And then we just kind of bumped into each other. They aren't there. Come on. My thanks, Juliana. I have been at a complete loss in this matter were it not for your invaluable assistance. And I imagine I am not the only one singing your praises this time. Speaking of which... Look at you two. Thick as thieves you are. Seems we was right. Rather a brusque greeting, even for you, dear Hilda. Something on your minds? Well, it was awfully convenient for Julian to put on a grand show of skill just as we was scratching our noggins over new techniques. Now wager it was your lordship that would have her pulling the trigger. How did you... What, did you think he was being sneaky? The notoriously helpful champion of Ishgard popping up right where and when we needed her? Unlikely. I mean, you never know, maybe I was mining or gathering stuff, you know? Or hoping that there were some monsters that would drop something that I need for a craft. That happened a lot. They're not in the free trial anymore, you don't need to do that. Damn it, they found me. They figured it out. It's not that we're ungrateful, you see, we was already trying so hard to follow in your wake. Aye, it was like being lost at sea and finding an island that's not on the map. A bit perplexing, but welcome all the same. I guess what we're saying is that you've given us our bearings, and a firm footing to start charting our own course. And there you have it. Further proof that my prospectometer was in fine working order when it first chirped in your presence. Right, well, we've said our piece. It's time we got back to squeezing them triggers. Keep an eye out, my lordship. Soon enough we'll be the one showing you what the machines can do. Was my subterfuge truly so transparent? But how swiftly my charges have grown, and how easily did it slip my notice. So unlike the deliberate evolution of my inventions. But let us not forget your astounding development. I dare say no barrage of shots has ever proven so instructional. Thank you again, Juliana. And do feel free to drop by the manufactory from time to time. Even when we're not threatened by some bit-shattering crisis. I need water, hold on. I'm a machinist, not a man. That is correct. Wait, no, it's the wrong place. Wow, astrologically. Juliana, you always seem to know the precise moment at which your services are required. Such is the mark of an accomplished astrologian, if I do say so myself. Which would, of course, imply you are already aware of what I would ask of you. Yet I shall indulge you with my request nonetheless. It is Master Roofing. Following our return from Kugane, she has been distant. Well, more distant than usual. Enough to give one pause, at least. Though I might ascertain the source of her worriment with a deck of 60, but was presented the usual Slumgolian of vague portents and portentous vagaries. Vague portents and portentous vagaries. By the time I unwrapped my throbbing head from the spread, all I could discern was something about a dark wind blowing from the east. I suppose this could imply any number of things. Ill tidings from our allies in Doma, a rainstorm brewing over the Black Shroud, a fire at that fine patisserie near the Ark of the Venerable. Why, I suppose even you could be the Dark Wind. No, right. I mean, Warrior of Darkness. Let us simply say I am worried about our champion, but I'm at a loss as to how I might help her. Viva has been spending much of her days up at the last vigil, staring blankly out over at the sea of clouds. I've attempted speaking with her, but the lady is about as receptive to my concerns as one might expect. Perhaps, though, she would prove more forthcoming if her star pupil. Okay. Okay then. Wait, actually, hold on. Before we go there, any new dialogue in here? Maybe? Oh. I suspect it will not be long before you are ushered away on some urgent business. Still, you are more than welcome to rest here for as long as you wish. Aww. Ah, Mistress Ramoin, what a pleasure it is to see you. There is aught you need, pray do not hesitate to ask. And yet I cannot ask anything, what a conundrum. My apologies, miss. I meant to go and visit you in the infirmary, but well, I'm glad to see you up and about. Oh, that's cute. This is dialogue from, like, Stormblood. End of Stormblood, in between Stormblood and Shadowbringers, probably. It will never work. I was a fool to think. Woo! Get blinded. Get blinded, Lviva. Okay. Oh, Joriana, just the woman I wanted to see, or not see in this case. Oh, never mind. Now you can see me. Or maybe you're blinded permanently. Might you remember our good might you remember Kyokuho? Lanky fellow, disheveled hair, somewhat capable in the geomantic arts? Well, it appears his travels will be bringing him once again to Ishgard. Seeing as he has provided me with a wealth of valuable insight into his discipline, the least I could do would be to greet him upon his arrival. Unfortunately, I must see to some unfinished affairs near the architects. Would it be too much to ask for you to visit the Aetherite Plaza in my stead? I shall catch up with both of you later at the Athenaeum Astrologicum. You know what? I just realized I could be doing this in the meantime. Juliana, imagine us meeting here. Could be fate? I jest. Slow down, friend. I've only just arrived in Ishgard and already you're recruiting me to some urgent cause? You Westlanders certainly don't waste your time. I intend this to be but a short visit to discuss how matters have progressed since you vanquished Ginkgo and aided me in restoring my grandfather's wards. However, I suppose all that can wait. To the Athenium, then. Yes. Oh wait, I thought the Athenium Astrologicum was this, but no. Not to be confused with the first Dicasterio Observatorium of Ethereal and Astrological Phenomena. Not to be confused. Okay. Why, if it isn't a Dark Queen from the East. It's good to see you again too, Jean Guinard. Joriana tells me all is not well with Lady Luviva. Ah, so I say someone has wasted a little time in informing every rat in the broom of matters that I thought it obvious were of a more personal nature. I'll save the drama for the stage, my friend. Joriana merely recognized that the intimate connection Lady Luviva and I forged in Kogane made me the perfect candidate for discerning what might be weighing oh so heavily on her soul. Huh, and how do you propose to do that? Do it? I've already done it. Lady Luviva is in love. But of course she is. Wait, what? Her archenemy defeated, her father's memory honored, and a city saved. Lady Luviva has conquered the countless peaks that rose before her with an air of aplomb that would belie her mere 16 summers. And now, bereft of purpose, she has turned her eyes to companionship to fill the void that lies agape in her heart. And I believe I can help. Joriana, might you know the lonely lady's current whereabouts? Oh dear. Those massive stone effigies to raw masculinity? Oh, it is worse than I thought. We must make haste. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Don't tell me you take that adult-pated moon boy seriously. Lady Luviva in love? What a ridiculous notion. Unless she's smitten with some unknown individual, and I am by no means implying that she is. It is my duty as a friend of her father to determine if the cur is worthy of Lady Luviva's attention. Oh, this is so bad. This is awful. This is gonna turn out so bad. Also, the queue is going to pop. And I only just remembered about the queue right now. Only after I clicked them. Oh no. Look, there she is. Indeed, there she is. And? Then why are we here? Let's just egg him on. I was afraid you might ask that. What do you think we should do? I'm but a humble student in of the geomantic arts. I have little understanding when it comes to the matters of the heart. And what, pray tell, are you two doing here? Greetings and salutations, my dearest Luviva. Aren't you looking most resplendent this fine evening? Resplendent? Spent a few bells in the books, have we? Time will tell if this new vocabulary suits you, but time is not a luxury I am afforded at this moment. The city's din is positively deafening. It stifles my thoughts and upsets my humors. What I require is clarity, something unattainable within these stone walls. The quiet of Camp Dragonhead, however, may provide me with a moment's respite. Oh, and you may cease with this ridiculous talk of matters of the heart. Love is the furthest of my worries. I, for one, am already promised to another. You are? You are? Wait. Oh. Really? Promised? How is that even... Ah, Kyokuho. There's no need to kneel in my presence. Did I miss anything? Oh my god, dude. I see. It comes as a little surprise that one of her social standing would be betrothed at such a young age. Such is the custom amongst older houses, even in a city as progressive as Charlayan, and she hails from one of the oldest. I suppose it's just that... Yokuho, whither the vim and vigor from our conversation earlier? In all this upon learning Viva is to be married. A more astute observant might presume a certain emotional attachment to our young protégé. But that would be ludicrous. I, for one, know that good Kyokuho's feelings toward Lviva are not but those of admiration for her skill at the astromantic arts. So let us return to the task at hand. We still do not know what is weighing down on the lady's fragile heart. And what better way to find out than to ask? A novel idea, don't you think? Asking someone what is troubling them rather than assuming, without having actually spoken with them or even seen them for some time, that they're simply longing for amorous relations. Well, thank you. Wonderful. Kyokuho and I shall return to the Athenaeum, where I will make certain he refrains from idle meddlement in any other lives. Wow. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Wait. She's over there. As persistent as always. Fine, you have seen through my ruse. I am not, in fact, promised to another. I simply implied as much to silence Kyokuho. Now that makes more sense. You were... like, the reason you were... like, you cut your hair and also... tried to cut ties with everything... was... because of all the astrologian story, but, like, it was a whole thing. So... I was a little confused about being promised to another. Alright, there was a time I was promised to another. We have my grandfather to thank for that. However, since I am now officially deceased, my assumption is that the arrangement will have been annulled. Yeah, exactly. Not that I shall ever bother to actually confirm this assumption. What is troubling me? It was not my intention to involve you or Janiki North, or even Kyokuho in such matters. However, the discord my silence has sown perhaps warrants an explanation. Despite repeated efforts following our recent achievements in Kugane, I have been unable to conceive feasible means of blending the teachings of Charlayan astrology and those of Far Eastern geomancy. As Kyokuho explains, unlike astrologians who look to the stars above to read their fates, geomancers look to the stars below and listen to its songs, and draw their answers from its whispers. Yet try as I might, I remain impotent in tapping the land's blue songs. I've spent my life attuning to the slight variations in the ether of distant stars, so much so that when I look to Heidelin and her ether, I'm overwhelmed by its potency. Its glow, you could say. Think of it as trying to open one of the heaven's gates in a world of everlasting daylight. About that. Yeah. You have visited such a place? And my readings were accurate. Exactly where have your adventures taken you, Juliana? And you had no trouble channeling the ether from that world's heaven, despite the fact that you never once physically laid eyes upon them? Intriguing. But I am a woman of reason, and shall require more than the word of another, no matter how close to convince me of this phenomenon. A first-hand demonstration, however, might suffice. A single aspected benefic, perhaps. That's the regen one, right? Yeah. Your faculty for ethereally conversing with celestial bodies both far and near is peerless. A most eloquent display, and one I should endeavor to learn from. I have committed the most grievous of sins by allowing things such as light, distance, and dimension, things that hold no dominion over the realm ethereal, to prevent me from unbinding my full potential. You, however, helped me to realize the error in my ways. I believe now I might continue my studies. Just not here. I am unsure why I thought this would be a suitable location to ponder my predicament in the first place. Perhaps it was the memories of our first lesson here. Let us hurry back to the Athenaeum lest we catch cold. Okay, wow, so this is going to be completely random, but I just realized something. The music that plays in Camp Dragonhead has always reminded me of just one music that sounds a little, very close to it, but I was never able to quite understand like which one it was. And just right now, I finally realized, and it was King Andrias's theme from Amphibia, or something like that. It was never officially released, but there are like fan covers of it. It's the theme that plays when he first, well, not first shows up, but when he first shows up like on the throne, and the Planter family goes to see him. It's not exactly like it, but it's similar enough. And now finally, after so long, did I finally realize which theme it reminded me of. And it was the King Andrias theme. Anyway. Foremost, I believe I owe you both an apology. Or at least I owe you one, Janikinara. As for you, Kyokuho. How did you arrive at the ridiculous notion that I was somehow languishing the fruits of love? When Jorian and Janikinara mentioned you were not yourself after returning from Kugane, I simply assumed that. Do you dare suggest that we had any hand in this, Kyokuho? You were not a quarter bell in the pillars before you were telling anyone who would listen about the cavernous maw that yawned in the heart of poor, lonely Master Ruffin, and how you were able to feel it. Lonely? Puh! I'm far from lonely. In fact, I've already promised my heart to another. Are we believing this? Why am I believing? Of course, I already promised to wait. Wait, what? You heard me. I have never spoken a truer word. Whoever could it be? Certainly not Joriana. Or heavens forfend, Kyokuho. We're all surprised. Oh, to astrology? Why, astrology, of course. That's actually kind of cute. Hold on. Alright. I'll take a screenshot of that. Where can I get those earrings? Why was I surprised? Like, what? How did you expect Quimperine? Quimperine? Oh, who did you expect? Quimperine? Actually, I'm actually surprised that he didn't show up here. I suppose you're wondering what brought me to Ishgard in the first place. It most certainly wasn't to ruffle Master Rufin's feathers, but it seems I have succeeded in that nonetheless. Our triumph over Kinko having restored the people of Kogane's faith in geomancy. Excuse me. It was not long before a gaggle of eager mages were clamoring at my door, seeking guidance in the art of wind and water. To accommodate, I transformed my grandfather's study into a place where I might train those who are willing to invest the time and effort necessary to become masters. Which reminds me, my students are likely wondering where their sensei is. Farewell, Joriana. Can I be one of those students? Can I be a geomancer, please? That would be so cool. Why is that not a job? Is it because they can't put a job in a Realm Reborn area? Is it because of that? Don't you think that maybe a Realm Reborn already has a ton of jobs to unlock in its areas? Please, just put those jobs like somewhere else. They don't have to be unlockable in the Realm Reborn, especially ones that are so high level. The Realm Reborn areas already have so many. So he came to tell us of his new school of geomancy? Did we not give him a link pearl? I mean, how cool would it be to have a job from the first? Exclusive to the first. That's just, you unlock there. That would be cool. Would people like it? No, but who cares? It would be cool. While also still have Dancer or Gunbreaker, or like both of them still be unlockable in Eorzea. You would still have one over there. Or with Geomancy, you would have that one be unlockable in like Yansha or something like that. That would be cool. At any rate, allow me to thank you once again for the inspiration you provided. Despite being your mentor in matters astrological, I find myself consistently in your debt when it comes to, well, and everything else. You are a true friend and confidant, Joriana. And as always, she has once again failed to acknowledge that it was I who first noticed her change in mood, and it was my reading that predicted your arrival, and it was my good judgment that eventually pointed you in her direction. But such is my destiny, I suppose. Yeah. I am simply happy that Lady Leviva is back to her normal self. If aught were to befall her, Rufin would haunt me till the 8th Umbral era. Thank you again, Joriana. I would say we make a fine team. But considering you cover the cruel share of the footwork, I will refrain from any further analogies of a sporting nature. The stars in our thoughts. Cool. Now for warrior. Warrior is probably over here. Over yonder. Yep, over there. Once, twice, 3 times a warrior. Oh, Juliana, how long has it been? I've been dedicating myself wholly to my training for some time now. Day after day after day, but I fear my progress has come to a halt of late. You look well, a fair bit stronger than I remembered you. What is your secret, my friend? How have you grown so much more powerful? Heaven on high. Felt called Vikayusin. This one is outside of a cutscene, that's nice. So it's different. Wait, I can tell this is going to take a while. So I've just finished my training, why don't we speak at length on dry land? So there are more worlds than this, eh? That's a lot to take in. And his grandson, he got. See the woman you love taken from you before your very eyes. No wonder he struggled so mightily to pick up the pieces of his life. After listening to your tale, I realized what it is I've been missing. The one thing I lack to spur me to even greater heights. 'Tis love. Oh dear. I sent several misses to Dorgon now, you see. She has yet to respond even once. I waited patiently, eagerly, but still no word has arrived. Fear has crept into my heart. Has she forgotten me? Has she met another? I cannot rest until I know the reason for her delay. I must know. This is no time for training. Nor can I afford to be patient. Grandson's time with his beloved was cut short. Who is to say ours will not be as well? Or worse, if it already has. It is decided. I will purchase passage on the next ship for the Far East and return to Yazim's steppe with all haste. I'm coming, Dorgon now. Juliana, how fortunate you are here. I've been looking all over for Furious Gorge. The Marauders Guild told me he trained near here. Did not know you did as well. What do you mean he's going to the steppe to see me because I never answered any of his missives? Is this a joke? No matter how many he sent, I would have never responded. Our people have no written tongue. Whatever reached us was probably fed to the goats. Anyway, let us hope that someone informs him of our arrival before he gets on the ship. As for why I have traveled all this way, it was at the behest of my father, who wished to thank you and Curious Gorge personally for fighting on our behalf. Wow. I am Wolfson of the Kerel, and you are Juliana Ramuin, the Han who stood with my people against the Chagan. Chagan, I don't know. But that is not all, for you also helped my youngest daughter gain control over the will of Karash. No words can express the depth of my gratitude to you. You promised not to speak of Karash, but I must. My heart broke when she was marked as taken and exiled. Never again would I see her, I feared. But then she returned, blood of my blood, master of Karash. My little girl, and it is all because of you. It is the duty of the parents to shame their children in the most lovable, wholesome way possible. In thanks to for your deeds, I wish to present to you 30 horses. Father, no, it is not the way of Eorzea to give horses as thanks. And besides, she is a traveler. They would only be a burden. I apologize, Han. Now then, I must also express my gratitude to the others. Warriors of the Maelstrom, were they? I believe I recall the way. He's a really cool looking character. If you have the time to spare, might you accompany us? Having traveled so long solely in the company of my father, I am finding him increasingly exhausting. So goofy. I love the turtle. Oh, hi Broken Mountain. Gorgeous not got good taste, aye. If it weren't for him, I'd have mind to, give a polite and wholly appropriate compliment and be on my way. Well do I know how difficult my daughter can be, and so I wish to present you with a gift as an expression of my gratitude. I'm told you would have no use for horses, but what about 50 goats? Jesus. It brings me joy to see the Luminsen warriors in good health. Give me a blitz ring or something. So I can sell it for 10 million again instead of 17 million. Okay, but no, I'm not gonna do that again. It is a pleasure to see you again, Joriana, as well as Dorgono. I'm surprised to see her as you out a star, and in the company of her father besides. I must insist that you accept a small token of my appreciation. I have no doubt my daughter was quite a handful. No less than 50 goats, I think, should suffice for this imposition. 50 goats would be a far greater imposition, father. It truly was no bother, sir. A pleasure, honestly, and a regrettably short one at that. So much so that we were hoping we might see her again. So you can imagine our surprise when our delight when you arrived. If not horses or goats, then... Wait, are you not the leaders of these warriors? Yet you do not carry an axe. Why is this? That is because I cannot. Not since I was defeated by mine own brother in battle. Had succumbed to his inner beast, Yerkarash, and struck a blow with such ferocity from which I have never fully recovered. But it is well that he did, for I too was in thrall to the beast at the time. Had he not given it his all, countless innocents may have died by my hand. It is not an unfamiliar story. Many a Karel has suffered a grievous injury which rendered them unable to fight. But I am a bull, a healer, and I can help you to wield your axe once more. This is in your power? I did not think it was possible. It pains me to see a warrior who yet yearns to fight but cannot. Allow me to treat you as repayment for your kindness. Well, glad am I to accept. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This treatment requires a quantity of shiver moss. While it is not native to your land, I believe a similar type grows here. Let us go and gather some. You ought to return to your training for now. I don't know about you, Joriana, but I'm bloody excited. That is cute. Oh, that's the... No. Wait, what the hell is that? Oh, is that the Aetheryte of Wimsa Ominsa? No. Is it? Is it supposed to be? What the hell? How have I never noticed that? That doesn't look like the Aetheryte though. What is that? What is that supposed to be? It goes to the Wimsa Ominsa upper decks. Over there. No, what is that supposed to be? I don't know. I'm actually curious. What is that supposed to be? It does kind of indicates the Aetheryte, but it doesn't look like the Aetheryte at all. I have no idea. What the heck is that? I'm so confused. I never noticed that. That can't be the Aetheryte at all. So what is that? I don't know. it looks like it should be the Aetheryte, but it can't be. It's way too big. And it looks different too. Have any siblings, Han? I'm youngest of 18 myself. Wow. Youngest of 18? The moss of which I spoke I spied in this place not long ago. We will need a moderate amount for the ritual to heal Broken Mountain. You and Orgono can both assist me in this. Look for mossy rocks nearby and shatter them with a heavy swing. Then gather up the shiver moss. I remember this game. The Marauders were always breaking rocks to hone their skills. This will be easy. Yeah, I remember doing that. Man, the very first one too. I think one of the very first class quests with Marauder. Or the very first one. Straight up, I'm not sure. It's actually kind of interesting. At level 80, these things have not changed at all. And they still haven't changed as of Dawntrail. Wow. It's actually pretty interesting. Like a lot of things for warrior barely change. Like they change once. Some of them change only once. And very later on. Or in the case of Falclave, fairly early, I guess. Decimate. Well, I mean, even with Falclave, it would be Heaven's Ward. But still, like, a lot of things just don't change at all. They just look the same. You wield your axe with great skill, Han. May I have the Shiver Moss? The moss is not meant to be gathered through gentle scraping, but with a disproportionate display of force. Yes. Very good. Now, before my daughter returns, there is one other matter which I must discuss with you. She is a woman grown, and as her father I must think of her future, of marriage. Alas, she has shown no interest in any warriors of the Corel. At first I thought none suited her, but then I began to wonder, was her mind made up? Has she already chosen a suitor? Realizing this, I persuaded her to come with me to Eorzea. And now that we have met, I feel more certain than ever. Dorgono has fallen in love with a warrior of another land. And I cannot be happier for her. For who could disapprove of the champion who stood against the Chahan? Oh. Juliana Hamoin, Han of the Steppe, I will not oppose the union of you and Orgono. I offer you my blessing. Well, I'm glad that you're an ally. My heart belongs to the sea? Did I mention I'm eternally bonded to someone else? Honestly, I'm not all that keen on the whole institution of marriage. So there's this bloke called Gorge. Don't mind if I do? I love all of these options. Why is this one? My heart belongs to the sea though. Where does this come from? Yeah, I'm not all that keen on the whole institution of marriage. But so there's this book called Gorge. Hey! Who are you to decide such things for me? I'll not marry Joriana. I have already chosen a suitor, it is not her. Oh, I see. I was so certain that... So who is this other man? Her dad really thought he could force her out of the closet, but it turns out that she's actually straight the whole time. Man, who could have guessed? Now that's a plot twist. We will not discuss this any further. We have the moss. Now let us go and prepare for the ritual. Pray forgive me, Han. I spoke out of turn. Orgono is right. We should attend to the ritual and restore Broken Mountain to the warrior he was. Yo, level 4 sprite! Yo, level 4 sprite! I don't know why that was fun to me, I apologize. Yo, Mandragoras, thank you, you're my best friends in Deep Dungeons. Unless it turns out that you turn into mimics and not Mandragoras through the Palmandra alteration, then I hate you. Why are you shirtless in the rain? You're gonna catch a cold. I don't know what sort of ritual this is. Do you? The traditions of the Corel are a complete and utter mystery to me. I'm so sorry he spoke to you like that. It is a bad habit of his, meddling in affairs that are not his concern. Finally, there's one more DPS there. Whoa, awesome. Phew. With all your might, I did read it, just quickly. Where have I heard this music before? Be careful, huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? Oh, just a boss immediately. Alright. This music sounds familiar. Keeper of knowledge, even Brian. Okay. Oh yeah, this is definitely some other Final Fantasy. Why am I lagging? Oh my god, I'm lagging. I'm actually lagging so bad. Why though? They give you plenty of time to dodge them. Okay, so far so good. Whoa. What the hell? I'm ready for the active time maneuver. Oh! Joka! The Black Guide! Is it? Wait, no, I think it's different. It's similar though. No, it is. Okay, so this was from Shadowbringers, I guess. Okay, so I guess I did know a little thing about. I guess I did get spoiled on Shadowbringers a little bit without knowing. Oh, simple enough. Nice. What the heck is this? Okay. What do I use this for? It seems that Tancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is cleared, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Sheesh. Standing around and waiting is hardly my forte, though I dare say I am more suited to this than whatever Rion J is doing. Oh, I ate food with spell speed. That's bad. That's bad for this. Though the apparatus is now in place, a number of minute adjustments must needs be made before attempting to assert control over evil. Once Rion J has activated advice, it's my turn. Oh. The time hath come, Ring. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Even is offering considerable resistance. Not now, not when I'm so close. Rion J. I'm unharmed, but what of Reen? No, you listen to me. Reen, be careful. here. The beast's fury has subsided. I'm glad that's over, but for how long? One fell swoop. It works. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm not linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Breen, what's going on? Ah, above us! Somebody's coming this way, an enemy! But how dost thou... Ah, could it be a Sin Eater? I can't see them clearly, but... No, that's impossible. What is it? They're inside too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core. An invited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Joriana can welcome our airborne adversary. Rin, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of, preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. Alright everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. He's able to form simple structures by redirecting ether. Is that creation magic, like a very small form of it? I need to hydrate real quick. Hold on. Okay. Come on, Ethan, show me what you can do. And now it's flying. Wow, cute. This is cute. I said cute. That's so cool. Wow. It's still raining. He's just been there shirtless the whole time. A brilliant elixir using the moss. Drink it now. Very good. Your body is ready. You must now receive of the power of another great warrior. I can think of none more suitable than you, Han. We must awaken the courage within him once more. I bid you summon the strength of Father Zin and strike Broken Mountain with all your might. You bid her what now? All your might. Hold nothing back. Swing to kill. Anything less and he will be crippled, worse or die. Wow. Oh! This is so stupid. Seven hells, what is this? This feeling I feel welling up from deep within. This fire, this passion, this rage. The beast stirs again. Its power is mine. It fills me with strength, yet I remain in control. Huzzah! Strength never left you, my friend. The injury was not one of the flesh, but of the heart. Trickery of the mind, deception of the self. The elixir served only to steal your flesh and all the pain, so you could stand fast against the Han's axe. You will not need it again, for the fear that held you hostage has fled. I see. It was in my head all this time. It's no secret that fear can cripple a man worse than any wound, but I never thought. God, what a fool I've been. Thank you so much for helping me to overcome my foolishness, Wolf-san. You've made me a warrior again. Yay. Oh, he's here. Thank her, for a warrior of surpassing strength and power is indispensable for this ritual. No other could have served as well. Aye, for there is no greater warrior than Joriana, of course. Oh my god. No. Jesus Christ, this looks horrible. It's classic, it's a classic trope, I know, but just endure it, I guess. How could you, Joriana? You and Orgona all this time. It all makes sense now. The letters, the silence. It was you. Curious Gorge, what is this nonsense you speak? What's gotten into you? Oh no, you don't, you stupid fool! Okay, our character watching him fall, like slowly but surely her head just slowly goes down is funnier than actually seeing him fall. That's a good call. That one was a good call for the scene. I'm so sorry, everyone. When I went to the docks and to find a ship bound for the Far East, I ran into some marauders who told me Dorgona and her father had come. So overcome by joy, I began searching for them at once, but when I finally found you here and saw how you looked on Oriana with such joy, all my earlier fears came rushing back, and the beast within seized control. Has better not happen again, you're lucky I held back. Next time I won't. And brother, is it true that you have fully recovered? You are a warrior reborn. Nice. Congratulations, it is like a dream come true. Yay. Indeed, brother, indeed. At first I struggled to believe it. But it is as Wolf-san says. I must go and join in the training sessions at once. And not fear, the beast will not claim me again. I cannot thank you enough, Wolf-san. Wolf-san? Wolf-san, I don't know. Has been longer than I can remember since my brother smiled so, giving us such a gift. It is the least I could do after all you have done for my daughter. Thank you for your kindness and your hospitality. Our time is short, however, and we must be on our way. Having said that, Dragono, I am reminded that you are still young and one for experience. You are not yet a warrior fit to wed, and so I bid you continue to strengthen your body and mind here, in this land. It suits you, I think. Did you hear that? I can say! We can even train together! I can show you all the techniques we Karel use to hone our skills. Wait, what? I can show you all the techniques, not skills. Aye, but first I must teach you my methods. You must come with me to Hidden Falls, right this instant. You too, Joriana. I have a few final words I wish to say to you there. That is actually so cute. In a way. Oh, you can see them training. Train against this. I forgot there are particle effects if you hit NPCs. An inspiration, Joriana. An ideal I'll surpass one day yet. I trust you understand what all this means, my friend. Now that my brother has taken up the axe again, the competition for the title of Eorzea's greatest warrior will be that much more intense. Don't forget I'm in the running too, you know. So keep at it, warrior, for the time will come when we challenge you again. And now they stay here, it's cool. Well, my Han, our training is as intense as ever, but we'd welcome another axe. Care to join the fray? Getting hardly training. No doubt that Dorgon and I are making great strides as warriors, and that the day will soon come when we can challenge your supremacy. Never brings his strength, he has seized every opportunity to hone his skills on the front lines of battle. When he is not in the field, he often trains with us here beneath the falls. I cannot tell you how much joy it brings me when he visits. 3 of the finest warriors in Eorzea, pitting their skills against one another, growing more powerful by the day. Aye, mark my words, the day is coming when you may face not 1, not 2, but 3 rivals for your title. You know what, that does actually sound really cool. Can we have a level sync with that? Can we have a solo duty with that? That would be awesome. Okay, I'm done. Alright, I think it's just 1 left. Dark Knight, Dank Knight. What was the level 80 skill again? Oh, right, yeah, this. What skill is leaving shadow sharing? Could be this, either this. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh my god, I used the potion. Our closure. Ah, Juliana, it so happens I have a letter for you. But before we talk about that, mind telling me what you've been getting yourself into lately? You and your scions, I mean. I have an inkling, perhaps. I went and saved another world, as it happens. Had to go and kill a whole host of steam eaters. As if he knows what that is. Come again? Reflections of the source? Parallel world steam eaters? What in the seven hells are you on about? Something tells me this is only going to make any kind of sense if you walk me through it from the beginning, step by step. I'm not sure, but I think that might have been the first time someone referred to it as parallel world. And not just a shard or something. Right then, so to sum up, you were swept up into yet another realm-shaking conflict, were you? Well, of course you were. You have an insatiable hunger for it, don't you? And even when you bite off more than you can chew, you refuse to let go. What? As if you don't know. Hell, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I suspected you were a particular blend of impulsive and stubborn. It takes a special kind of bastard to become a Dark Knight, much less a warrior of light, don't you think? You traveled into a doomed world and pledged your sword to a futile cause. You fought and you fought and you fought, and in the end you won the day. Though I know it wasn't without loss, without sacrifice. Victories like that are always bought with blood. But you and your comrades paid that price all the same. That faraway land and her people live on because you all were willing to fight to the bitter end. Because you were too stubborn to die. And because of love, I'm sure. Huh? Being grim and dark will only get you so far, don't you remember? It's like the Mughals, like Sauron Pang himself said. The flame in the abyss, the love you bear for the ones you hold most dear, that is the source of true strength. Juliana could have never made it this far if her heart wasn't filled to the brim with love. Is a roundabout way of asking me about my heart's desire? What? I sooner pose that question to Sid. Say this. Oh my god. No, I don't think I did in time. I tried to take a screenshot. It was funny. Let's not and say we did, eh? I'm sure that Tancred fellow you mentioned would provide a far more meaningful and interesting response. Having to look after the reincarnation of his surrogate daughter is certainly... Though I suppose on some level I can relate. What? I've not once thought of you as my father. Well, no, I mean, we're not even the same race, so of course no one would ever look at us and assume. What? If you want to put a label on it, then what would you prefer? Master and disciple? Manservant and noblewoman? Sid. How about Chocobo's arse and whatever you damn well like? Gosh, you can be daft sometimes. Hey! What did I tell you about calling me that? Children, am I right? Let's give her a moment to cool her head. For now, let's talk about that letter that I mentioned earlier. It's addressed to you, but who penned it I cannot say. It was delivered to me by a young woman of the room. Looney, I believe her name was. Said she'd seen us with you out and about in Ishgard before and reckoned that if she left it with us, you'd eventually be around to pick it up. Before you ask, no, I have not taken a peek, so its contents remain a complete and utter mystery to me. As for the sender, you'll have to pester Looney at the Holy Stables if you want to know more. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an angry girl to mollify. Within the sealed envelope is a paper, which you unfold to find a message written in a strangely familiar scrawl. Juliana Ramoin, you'll forgive me for the sudden correspondence and the secrecy. You helped me in a way. Once upon a time, it's past time I said as much, and so here we are. Feels like a lifetime ago, come to think on it. You've been through quite a lot since then, accomplished incredible things. I'd like to think that, in some way, I was a part of your journey. Far from the best, no doubt. But for me and my own journey, I think it's safe to say that you've been... well, there's no suitable word to describe it, really. I've done things, made decisions. Looking back, I can't help but feel more than a little foolish. But such is life, and we have to seize what few opportunities we have for closure. Even if it is through the written word and not face to face. So wherever you are, I hope you're happy. Still fighting, still adventuring. Still doing what you love. Be well. The letter bears no signature or any obvious clues as to the author's identity. Perhaps Looney can shed a light on this mystery. Huh. It's you, it's really you! Juliana, Halloween, my hero! Honestly, I never thought I'd get to see you again, much less speak with you. Oh, I'm sorry, you probably don't remember me at all, do you? I'm not surprised. Only a day's work, I suppose, saving silly little fools like me. It was so long ago when you rescued me from those temple knights who were trying to take me away from my grandmother. I still remember it like it was yesterday, though. You swinging that great big sword of yours, spelling all kinds of terrible threats and sending them running. I'm sure some might say you overdid it, but thanks to you, my grandmother and I never heard from that lot again. Never since Sir Emmerich and his allies came into power, we've had a lot less of that trouble all over. But let me guess, you didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Leaving everyone at a loss as to who could have penned it. The letter, huh? I thought so. It wasn't me who wrote it, I can tell you that much. I got it from a knight I befriended after tending to his chocobo a couple of times. Sir Patronade. He said it was to be delivered to the hero of the Scions, a peerless warrior with 1,000 victories to her name. After he described your features in detail, it all fell into place. And since I was certain you'd eventually pay a visit to your friends, I offered to take it to them. Anyway, he's the one you needed to talk to if you're after the sender. Maybe check the congregation? I mean, that's where knights congregate, I presume. That's a fair assumption. Looking back, it's all such a blur. The way you stood up to them, the way you moved through them, blade twirling. At times it was as if there were two of you. Yeah, Frey. Probably. Or Within Shadow. Hey, what's up, Esteem? My self-esteem has never been so high. He's Estemian. Estinian. Sorry. Wait, no. What am I doing here? Why did that not make sound when I... There's still some connection issues. Yesterday I also had some connection issues and they were pretty bad. No! Why did that one not work? Hold on. Oh, it's because it divides into two. Come on, stop being a weirdo. Be like me, a normal person. You! How may I be of service to you, Mistress Hamowin? The letter! Oh, what a relief it is to see that it arrived unmolested. It was entrusted to me by Aurela of Ralgor's Reach. After the battle at the Gimwe Dark, I spent a few nights there, you see. I can only assume that whoever sent it to the Reach had heard tell of the battle between you and Lord Xenos, and now he had been brought to the Barber. However, by the time it arrived, you had long since been spirited away to Ishgard. Had Uli not recognized you from my stories, I do not know how I might have sent it to your hand. If you seek the author, mayhap you should pay a visit to the Reach. I know only what I told you, but surely Aurela can tell you more. May the Fury watch over and keep you, friend. Okay. She's the alchemist, looking at all those potions. Yeah. A pleasure to see you. Was that long-haired boy of yours again? Wait. The document appears to be a list of men and women who died fighting for the Alamegan resistance, whose remains have been interred in recompense. Among them, you recognize both Conrad Kemp and Medfrid Noworth, and Gallion, dear Gallion. But of Hodart there is no mention. Huh. It's about the letter, is it? It came with a shipment of supplies from Little Alamigo, as I recall. I can only presume the sender was hoping that Commander Hex would see it to you personally, but I'm not surprised it escaped her notice given the chaos at the Gimwe Dark and after. It found its way into my medical supplies, and as you well know, I decided to let that Ishgardian knight take charge of its delivery. In any event, I advise you to continue your search in Little Alamigo. If anyone there knows aught of the letter's author, it would be Gundobald, yeah! Hell yeah, I like Gundobald, he's cool. Let me check here real quick. Are there anything to look at? No. Well met, Juliana. I was not expecting a visit. What brings you to Southern Thanaland this evening? This letter. This letter, you say, and you seek the author. If you read it, then you know their heart, what you meant to them, how you changed their life for the better. Oh, it's you. You read it. At least. It is a feeling I understand all too well, which is why I agreed to send this letter with the supplies for Ralgor's Reach. Yet you never were one to let the mystery remain unsolved, were you? You seek answers, closure. I will not deny you this. Oh, never mind. At the Red Rooster Stead in Lower Lanosha, you will find a man named Gothard. Speak with him, Perhaps then you will find a measure of peace. There of all places? Okay. I was just there, by the way. It's interesting. I wouldn't have minded if it was the underworld who's did that letter. But it's interesting that he read it, at least. Oh, I can land there. I can land here? Can I land here too? No. But this seemingly random little spot has... okay. What's up, Goes Hard? Oh god, it's you! But why? Why are you here? You really don't remember? Any of it? The kicker and bandits? A certain merchant who may have overstepped his bounds just a trifle? No, I don't remember. I remember that I also got a pretty funny glitch, but I don't remember what was the glitch exactly, but there was a glitch. I was playing as a ninja or a rogue here when I did that. Oh, but... No, but this must be tied to the Dark Knight quest, so it mustn't have been that one side quest I'm thinking of. It must have been different. You were a right bloody mess when you returned to the dry docks with my wares. And I do mean bloody. I say, is none of what I'm telling you ringing a bell? Really? Not even the part where I refused to thank you and meant that you will pay me restitution for the property you yourself returned to me? Well, seeing as I've already confessed it, I may as well reiterate. It was me. Well, that was just the beginning of my bad luck as it happens. A string of bad decisions left me in debt to some very unforgiving fellows, and before I knew it, they had taken damn near everything I owned. I was friendless, penniless, hopeless, and let me tell you, running afoul of the Warrior of Light had not done me any favors either. There was a time when I couldn't help but blame you for all my misfortune. And then one day, when I was rummaging through my meager possessions, I had an epiphany. I stumbled upon a package from that shipment you'd recovered for me that ill-fated day. Flower bulbs, stained with kicker and blood, but viable for cultivation, still brimming with the potential to grow and thrive. Before I knew it, I was cradling the package to my breast, sobbing and moaning like a mad fool. For a fool is exactly what I had been. I had been offered a kindness without the let or lien, and instead of thanking this generous hero, had spat in her face. I had spat in her face. Is that a typo? I think that was a typo. So I left that life behind, save for the bulbs I had brought with me here, apprenticed myself to the botanist, and resolved to start anew. And wouldn't you know it, the stubborn little fiends finally bloomed for me. I suppose it's only fitting that you'd show up again that very day. I have a thousand regrets, but none greater than how I spoke to you. I said this not to beg your forgiveness, but to tell you how you've changed me for the better. And thank you for the opportunity. Aw, that's nice. I do have one request, if you are amenable to it. I pray you accept a flower, one of the precious few that has blooms. A token of my heartfelt appreciation for my personal savior. Admittedly, this particular breed is perhaps best suited for funerals and farewells, but if you'd rather not keep it for yourself, perhaps there's someone else who might welcome it. spray. Alright. Someone else indeed. I'm so grateful that I finally had the chance to apologize to you. I but wish that the flowers I have to offer you were not the sort primarily associated with mournful occasions. Ooh. Sorry. I just received a notification. My AYN tour is in transit now. Yay! It's getting shipped. Package collected by carrier. In transit. Awesome. Very, very awesome indeed. Oh. Well. Okay, now next time I'll actually... Okay, the Ovum Cordon Bleu. Okay. Oh, right, I have the tool head with me. Oh, come on. Oh, thank you. Eden's Gate descent. Ooh. Oh. It did descend well. Void Walker. Antithesis Manifest. Was that going to be contact damage? Okay, that's not how I thought it worked at all. I thought that worked differently than how it actually works. And by that I mean still don't know how it actually works. Maybe what I needed to do is just stay away from all the others. But then I don't know why the others didn't die. Did I have to go to like one of the edges? I don't know. I have no idea. Two commendations, even though I died, okay. I was the only one who died. Juliana, thank goodness you're unharmed. About that. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light, damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? She's alive, but there's something strange about her either. She didn't seem too pleased with Rin taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. At this point, she is not a Sin Eater, not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Interesting. I've yet to discover the means by which the exterior was breached, though it would appear that the things that Thancred and I slew were of a similar nature to those led by thine own adversary. Voidsent, in other words. Interesting, okay. Voidsent in the first. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was a tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Voidsent may enter. But pray tell me, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants. I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmet Salk. So she's an Ascian? Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiac. Okay. Maybe we'll be able to find out more once she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. He seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all, I've made an exciting discovery. Mayhap Eden hath imparted unto Rin some manner of ancient knowledge. Whoa. Nor any drop to drink. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works, and therefore the true nature of the flood of light. Yes, it affected the balance of all of the ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. Right, we know that. We knew that already. The power to tip the scales. Right, we knew that already, I think. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat. But if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Rin, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So, what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. It would be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. I need to hydrate again. Okay. I'm curious to know what connection that girl has to Ethan. If only she told us a bit more before she collapsed. Still sleeping soundly, I'm afraid. If I'd known she'd take so long to come around, I'd have brought a good book or two to pass the time. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Rianjay, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Ethan and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it will take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies will be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we will rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Juliana, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Muggles? Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, for to even speak the name Primal is to invite misfortune. Oh, is it? Alright. Though invite it we must, as the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden. We shall perform a summoning as Master Wiswa once did in the fields of Cartana. Wow. As one who has laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. Oh, so defeated, in other words. But is that even possible? What, so... Am I fighting, like, all the primals that I fought so far, but, like, reimagined? That's kinda cool. Will I be able to hear their music again? Can I hear Under the Weight again? Without going to fight Titan? Oh, that's cool. Or Thunder Rolls? Oblivion? Thorn March? Dun, 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 dun. It's this is Halloween, but you know, Thorn March's music is basically This Is Halloween, just different a little bit. Oh, that would be so cool though. Ravana? Oh, I love Ravana. Sephiroth too. Say my name. Sephiroth. I break my fast on primals. It's either that or being torn to shreds. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure I can. I mean, it's just going to be the memories, right? Just like... It's either that or being torn to shreds. Lest thou forget, it will be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. Have every confidence in thine abilities, Juliana. So... basically just a stronger version of them, because back then I was weaker. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you will be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? Fire? Suppose water, the source of all life. Makes sense. As for the location, an area to the west of Northrend was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Yeah, makes sense. Just like how to the west of Eorzea is like the Atlantic Ocean, pretty much. I think it's called... what was it called? Oh, I don't remember. But basically where Tempest is. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water? Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summoning. Tancred, must thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart, in the event that she becometh agitated. Thou mayest have need to restrain her. Oh wait, so the first one is going to be Leviathan? I just remember, like, I was trying to figure out which one would be water. Yeah, Leviathan, alright. I keep forgetting that Leviathan exists. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. We're praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Yay. You can train for the new Switch Sports Resort. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Urian J's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. I know, right? Rin's acquitted herself well in this whole Eden business, but I think she needs to slow down a little. We're in no hurry after all. Leviathan is the ideal candidate to embody the element of water. Be warned that the circumstances of said summoning differ greatly from that of the primal encountered in the source. The results are difficult to predict. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Yay. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water aspect of the ether. The rest is up to you, Joriana. Memories of Leviathan coming flooding back. Get it, flooding. Sorry. Eden's Gate inundation. Oh boy, Leviathan. This is gonna be an interesting one. When you're ready, I'll have Eden to report you there. It appears that the summoning is a success, though Leviathan hath yet to reveal himself. Oh, less than 5 minutes, yeah, because it's the daily reset. Makes sense. Wait, actually in that case, I wonder if I should finish up the Dark Knight quest real quick and come back. Oh, well, yeah, okay, yeah. Never mind then. Daily reset, my beloved, I suppose. Oh, okay. There's still some dead coral. Hey, it's the same music. That's so cool. Oh, I recognize this. Oh wow, it doesn't push me anywhere near as far as Darkest Anya did. Oh, it broke the platform, okay. For now. Be careful. We don't have the ether thing. Like last time. Okay. I'm glad he did nothing for that. So far so good. Look for that guy. Oh, no. How did I not get hit? How is that thing holding me there? No, no! I clicked on the gap closer, and only after that did I realize what was gonna happen. Oh hey, Yui again. And one of the tanks was the same too, I think. They're probably in the party. That was incredible. Is that what the primal looks like? Man, that was so funny. Like, I clicked on the gap closer, and only like the moment I clicked on it did I realize, oh wait, It's gonna make me go to the middle. Oh, not quite the same then. But why is that? The Leviathan of the Swords was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Joriana's experiences of the Leviathan, and may have been influenced by a recollection of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually works. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? If you finished playing your primal, or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you want to see. What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. Joriana, look! Oh, and water crystal? By the Dwell's good grace, it is a marvel to behold. I never thought that the whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Joriana. I live for this. It's okay. Such a profound transformation. The change appears to be limited to an area no more than a few palms in diameter. You know, when I first heard Urianjay's plan, I didn't know what to expect. But then that enormous crystal appeared and water came gushing forth and, well... Oh, Titan? Super seismic. Oh, it's gonna be Titan next. Looks to me like it will be Titan anyway. I think this proves that the water aspect of the ether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we rely next, Urianjay? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that! Forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how the girl is doing. Still sound asleep, she didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I say she's around the same age as you, Reen, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, we won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I will suggest a certain region that lieth east of Northrend, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. Oh, like Somal. And for the Earth aspect of... Oh wait, no, Mount Ogomoro. Wait, no, that would be La Nosha. So, east. What? Oh, Zelfatol? Zelfatol, maybe? That might be the one. And for the Earth aspected Primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? I think I've heard of that one. What's it like? A sumo wrestler. With a sick soundtrack. The landslides. The landslides. This is for the older players where that insta killed you. I'm gonna say this. It seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. And in the Japanese script, there's none of that joke is just not there. I can probably, seeing as the animation was just normal. But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Giuliano remembers, yes? Aye, it would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee not, I fear. Alright, Giuliana, once you're ready, we'll be on our way. Okay, he said northeast, right? Mount Atlas. Oh. I was about to access the map. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Giuliana? Memories of Titan come tumbling back. Okay, yeah, that's going to be a recurring thing. That's a good pun. I thought the flooding back was just coincidence, but nah, they're going for it. I love it. Sepulture. Alright. Remember, the Primal will almost assuredly be vastly different from that which thou didst lay low on the source. The terrain around here seems a bit rough, but Eden can give you something more level to stand on. Okay, so Mount to the northeast. Atlas doesn't really... But he said northeast, so I think it's Zelfatol here. No. Sepulture. This extra player here is ruining the scene. Sorry. There we go. Slightly different. Give me a hit. Oh wow, that's it. Is that much damage? I thought I was far away enough. Like I was so close to them anyway. I was so close to them anyway. Wow. And even then it still did a lot of damage. Really? Okay. So that's how it works. Okay. I was safe actually then. What? The memory get mixed in with the goblins somehow. I got disconnected. swear, there's such a massive heat wave right now. Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? Yes, if I put one foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. Yeah, let's be realistic. So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. It got replaced by the water one. It replaced the water one. Where did the water crystal go? Did we really do all of this? Or rather, the crystal changed aspect, I guess. Aye, it would appear that balance has returned to the element of earth. And yet... the transformation has affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. It is passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this fell short of the outcome I had envisioned, it is plain our efforts were not in vain. Perhaps this localized phenomenon is a result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty have undergone comparable alterations. Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest. Green! She must rest until the next patch, where the rest is unlocked, the second part is unlocked. Perhaps asserting her will over Eden has taken its toll. Are you alright? The next piece of the puzzle. Ooh. It's nothing. That didn't look like nothing to me. You'd better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we still got work to do. Nay, Tancred has the right of it. It would be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Rin, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth have been restored, continued exposure to the empty, stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements has produced unexpected results that require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. Well, it's because they would then have a reason to mention it in the main story, and we can't have that. Indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. The extra help would be pretty good, but oh well. It seems to me that Rin isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Juliana could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mortsuk, we'll catch up with you once Urian J has finished whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be saying the first forever. The time will come for Rin and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urian J. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she is actually taking most of it in. Rin is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master, keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Juliana, you'd better take the sky sleeper with Rin. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amareng. As there is a little risk of our camp being ransacked, it may be left unattended in our absence. We'll have to decide whether it's worth posting Crystarium guards to watch over Eden while we're gone. That is a good question. It seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so. I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary though. So, do you want to take first shift piloting or shall I? Phew, I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I've no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something has been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. Hungry. Let's go over here with enemies that are a lot stronger. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urian J about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. If I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? If she's being controlled or forced to act against her will. Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is and if there is anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? She keeps us from reclaiming the empty. It will be all my fault. It's no good, I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Joriana? Well, if we know we're here, he'd talk things through with her. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons, we should at least hear her out. There's not much we can do until she's awake. If we know we're here, he'd talk things through with her. I'll mention Emmett Selk. I see what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. I mean, she attacked on sight. I hope that she's nothing like Emmett Selk, but we won't know until we speak to her. Yeah. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see Turi and Jay's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Yeah, indeed. Oh, the storms. Wally has told me those are really bad. And they are. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. Hello. That's Gulgul, who's interested in trading for any relics we found in the empty. Ah, okay. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. They look like ironwork substitutes. Ah, Rin, what a relief it is to see you return unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Jorian, I'd like you to meet Lilri. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I'm here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market though. I'll take it from here, Juliana. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. Cute. I see. Oh? Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Rin and Jorian until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it's too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her after all. The Oracle of Darkness. Oh, okay. Like the Oracle of Light, Minfilia, but there's the Oracle of Darkness. Minfilia North. I pray it is not true. Where's Google? Gingen, Shansan, Zolzol. Kilgil. He's just not here. What? Oh no, there he is. Yeah, okay. He's in the Relic Exchange, let's see. Okay, I only have antique exchanges, right? Kinda cool. Pretty cool. Why is it always 1 year? Okay. Cool. Can't diet though. Still pretty cool. Oh, they're actually different. This is really cool actually. Oh. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Right, the Savage versions. Oh. Huh. That's so goofy. Okay, This looks like a ninja one, but and that's kinda stuffy. Cool. Oh, right, I guess the extreme versions or the savage versions are dyeable? No? They look different, but they aren't dyeable. Interesting, I thought they would be. Okay. Greetings, Juliana. How might I be of service? A waved fairy. Well, I guess that's the Oracle of Darkness there. Oh, this is going to unlock the savage versions. Okay. Said that, it does become rather difficult to keep track of the supplies that we deliver, so I have asked Reen to provide reports on your activities. The first such report will cover the time from your arrival in the empty to your battle with Titan. Though truth be told, I cannot help feeling that this was a rather large burden to place on Reen. No doubt she has enough on her plate as it is. I don't mean to skip the cutscene. I can skip the cutscene by pressing backwards? Really, I did what you asked. Ah, Juliana, just the person I was hoping to see. Oh, is that so? Well, before we go any further, please allow me to take receipt of the report. I hope you do not think it's impertinent of me to ask, but what business might you have with Juliana? Actually, I brought something to show you. Oh, Tancred and Urianger brought this back from Eden's core. If you look closer, you can see images of your battles in the empty. Urianger seems to think they are Eden's memories, captured in crystal form. Would you like to see? You're about to see the canon version of the fights. Listen to the crystal. Visions of previous struggles race through your mind with an intensity that far exceeds anything you have experienced. Okay, so no, not the actual canon versions. What's wrong? Different from how you remember it. How odd. What could cause Eden's memories to become so distorted? Well, we've been extracting and realigning enormous amounts of ether. Maybe that affected the crystal in some way. Even so, I expect that we can find a use for this extraordinary artifact. Yeah, like a movie. I think I have an idea. Although it shows images of things that never actually happened, studying them may help us to prepare for the challenges we'll face in the future. Speaking of studying, Urianger has given me a few tomes to read through before our next expedition. I'd best get back to it, but I'll be seeing you again soon. Eden's Gate Cyber is now accessible, yeah. I figured. Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping the highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about a girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Yalfort, and Juliana too. I heard the news from Tancred. Is it true? Why yes, it most certainly is. Apparently, her name is Gaia. I know a city of that name. I also know Dark Gaia, the most cool designed boss in Sonic, the Sonic franchise. But I also know the city called Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Ilmore. What? Although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. Huh? She's lost her memory? A free citizen of Ilmore? What the heck? That part I was not expecting at all. What? Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she is telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Tancred's with her now, is he? Yes, he's taken her to Ilmore, mainly to verify that what she's told us so far. With the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. I thought we were going straight to Wilmore. Good grief, are you always this slow? What the hell? At this rate, it will be dark before... Jesus Christ, what is your face? What have they done to your face? Oh, that is so uncanny. Your face is so uncanny. What is that? Did you do one of those plastic surgeries on your lips? Oh my god, what have they done to you, Will? She looks uncanny as hell. Oh my god. Uncanny Valley girl. At this rate, it will be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. Now, are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Also, what were those shoes? Or heels? I feel sorry for your feet. Oh wow. Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Tancred, you're back. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Yanjay. Guy and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Milmore. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her face. Her recollection of her life in Milmore is patchy at best. Facial expression, I mean. But her face too, it's also... Jesus, what have they done to your face? I'm so sorry, I can't get over it. She looks so uncanny. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us. And so she invited herself to join our merry band. As for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. I wonder why. Take off those heels. Uncanny Valley girl. Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Yeah, thank you, Tancred. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? I've got so many things I want to ask, but I probably shouldn't bombard her with questions. Amnesia. It is troubling, though not entirely unexpected. Well, I've given you my early impression of the guy, but I would be interested in hearing your opinion. Okay. You girl look awful. Go see the esthetician, please. So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us? Not falling unconscious? Sorry, I need to hydrate. This heat wave is killing me. Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis. To admittedly some further. Not now, Ryanje, she's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though I would ask you, Joriana, not to let your guard down just yet. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Maybe I just have one of those faces. So you should, considering you tried to kill me. Well, if Tancred's version of events is anything to go by, you weren't exactly holding back yourself. Still, it seems I didn't give you much of a choice but to defend yourself, so let's call it even. Not that I have any recollection of it. Oh no, please. Don't face the camera straight like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just... Oh my god. Why? Why? I'm sure in your concept art you look awesome. Surely. Surely you look great in your concept art, I'm sure of it. Dear Lord. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. The fairy? I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me. I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. Really. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the ether-starved denizens of what remaineth for the 13th. Oh, the 13th came to mind when they mentioned Oracle of Darkness, but like I wasn't really sure they would just talk about the 13th. What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. God, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. You think that I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Like Kyrie was inside Sora. The similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. The Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Salk. Those who have been used as a living host by a Nassian have no recollection of events that occurred during their procession. This I know from personal experience. Yeah. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard a voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though Rin was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, bringing her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which has come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Ilmore? That's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Ilmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Wolfrey fled. Everything after that is still a blur though. I'm shocked you weren't there. I didn't see you there at all. I would have remembered you. That and your face. Definitely your freaking weird face. From what Gaius told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. But how was she able to resist Wolfrey's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. It's just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat, so I'm going, and that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable. Utterly insufferable, and yet we can't well leave her to her own devices. Come on. Yeah, let's go to Twitch. She can't have gone far, especially not in those hills. Yeah, she might be like 2B then. She's able to run super fast on hills, especially in the sand, somehow. But like 2B is an android, so maybe like it leads credence to that. Gaia is not. Get away from me! Alright. What? No, she said to get away from her. That's the wrong way. Gaia! Seems I have no choice. You know, you could have just defeated the enemy before we came here to witness this. And you could have kept this... could have kept your ability safe and also... not killing it. Oh, it's going to explode. Oh, that's cool. Like a freaking bomb. What am I? A most fascinating application of ethereal manipulation. Destructive blast that manifests a significant span of time after initial casting. With sufficient mastery of such a technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional ethereal control, its tactical potential cannot be denied. Power is befitting the Oracle of Darkness. When he fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes? Back in the source, portals such as those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is a different matter entirely. Should be thankful that she's not of a mind to turn that power against us, for now. Not really sure what I just witnessed, but I'm glad she's unharmed. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So, this is the power of the fairy you spoke of? Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me, and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amarang. And while I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Rain, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again. So the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. I must concur with Tancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Valfri or Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn, to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. It's the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Rianjay? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Rin, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianjay and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me, thank you. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes? Come along then and don't fall behind. Though our circumstance hath changed, our mission most assuredly hath not. Restoring life to the empty remains our primary objective. Of course I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she's alright. Why couldn't you leave this craft in Morsuk instead of all the way out here? Actually, don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure it's something frightful and interesting. Let's be about it, shall we? That is actually a really good question. Might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the five of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Uri and Jay can sit on top of our luggage. I had hoped that, during our absence, the rebalancing of ambient ether might work further change. Alas, it was not to be. As usual, we should keep our sojourn here as brief as possible. Let's tend to business quickly. Everything seems fine here, as far as I can tell. As for Gaia, she hasn't started attacking anything yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. Yeah. So there it is. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Yeah? The bringer of the flood, the first Sin Eater. Will lead me to my past or my future? Why did the... Is it because we're seeing her thoughts? Never seen this dialogue box before. Does it look like whatever Final Fantasy this is referencing? Or the Final Fantasy VIII, right. I forgot, it's Final Fantasy VIII that this is all referencing. What awaited on the path ahead, I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. Blood and Thunder. Ooh, Ramu. Okay. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Tancred freed me from Ilmore. I had a chance to see the world. More importantly though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day, what's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me, who's only known life in Ilmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future, only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? That's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Tancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Ilmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into Sin Eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still, we can tell. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Rin. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gathered, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? You need to learn some manners. You need to stop wasting my time. Why are you surprised? Alright everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Okay, that was sufficiently funny. maybe calling her your ladyship would have been funny, but I don't want to give her a single finger, much less a hand or an arm, which is exactly what she would take. This little chat with Kai reminded me that, for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I too grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Wiswak gave me the surname Waters was one I'll never forget. Years later, it was under rather more desperate circumstances that I gave a certain young girl the name Nymphilia. Little did I know then that it would end up crossing time and space, taking on a meaning I could never have foreseen. It came to be passed on to one girl after another, binding them to a fate not their own. In a sense, it may be said that I chose not only one but two names for Queen, but by whatever name she is called, she is truly her own person now. And as central to our lives as names are, I believe that it isn't the name itself, but the bonds it symbolizes that matter most. Dude, you're so cool. You're so cool. Okay. I've done some reading about the land swallowed up by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations with a dominant element. I'm glad we have Urian J to point us in the right direction. Slowly coming back to me. Ooh. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expected, that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say, "I wish this moment would last forever." That was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Valfrey and were never to be seen again. Since I had no other relatives or even any close friends to speak of, I was left alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it? Following the initial changes brought by the release of Water and Earth, the MD has displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth is passivity. A passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose light. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've heard, the guardian of the forest not particularly keen on conflict, but you've actually fought him, haven't you? He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Yes, the most luscious beard ever known. I spent the time chasing after orbs with varying degrees of success. He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Yes, Thank could mention that he more closely resembles a person than a beast, unlike most other primals, and apparently he tends not to move about much. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least it's worth a try, but the rest is up to Juliana. Remember, he has a very big beard, he doesn't move around much, and there's orbs. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while we change the initials, why don't we get this bastard thing moving first? Well, I must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Brig, might I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location? Gandalf. These plains, it is great, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds. The only source of illumination, the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. Where is it exactly? It said the name, but not where, but the direction. That's where we're headed. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. Where would it be? Maybe it's close to Raktika? Because that's where, the Black Shroud is where Ramu was, but I don't know. Should be as good a spot as any. Alright, Juliana, whenever you're ready. Flash through your mind. Fulmination. Okay. Now that it's been a while since the daily reset, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, 30 minutes. There we are. There we go. Even if Green has done a good job memorizing my description of Rumble, it will likely make little difference to how he manifests. After all, it's your memories that shape the summoning, not hers. All the lightning that's fallen here over the years has left the ground covered in craters. Don't worry, Eden will give you something more even to stand on. The area is saturated with lightning aspect of ether. This I am able to confirm. In addition to the primal, be thou wary of stray bolts that may occur as a result of our activity. Oh, that sucks. Have you ever been anywhere like this before? I'm not sure I want to come back. Too dreary to my liking. I wish I was able to actually see. Oh! It would be nice if our next destination is a little cheerier, but I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. It's going to be Mughals. It can be Thorn March. Okay, so it's actually still pretty quick. Yes, Thunder rolls, let's go.
There's no turning back. Get ready!
Ooh, voice actor. Julia again. Huh? Why is he a centaur?
So, this is Ramu.
It's pronounced Ramu. Isn't it Ramu? I thought it was Ramu. I'm gonna keep saying Ramu. The more epic version. I get it. Oh, did I get too many? I got too many, okay. That sucks. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing that I could get too many. Oh. Oh! Okay, that was different from what I was expecting. I thought it was like the Vofri one. Completely new kind of thing of marker. Why aren't the buttons ready? What? I'm pressing the button. Oh, okay. There was something there on the other side. I wasn't. Oh, damn it! I'm doing so bad. Oh, that I have so much time. Oh, it's here. That's cool. So what? Oh, I was doing the wrong one. Wow. I'm playing so bad, it's insane. It's actually so insane how bad I'm being right now. Taking thy measure, bringer of light. Oh, the same thing that Ramo. Original Ramo did. Also interesting that there was voice acting in this one. This part of Eden, but not the other one, the first. Yeah. Again. So that thing was created based on your memories? Maybe there's a way we can use Eden to summon the fairy after all? Like that. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time you were fighting Ramu. And besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching you take on a half-man, half-flying horse thunder god, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The fact that Eden itself also showed no signs of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing. But I understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed that she's no closer to the answer she seeks. Once again, it was a most superlative display of thy presence. Now I could not fail but notice that body belonged to Ixion, yeah. Fable the equine embodiment of lightning. Has thou perchance encountered the beast? No, not here. I do have it. No, it's not. That's not it. And I've also done the fate. Oh yeah, there's free Ixion. And I have done the fate. I've done every fate so far. Then this would be from Endwalker onwards, I assume. Hopefully I'm not missing any. Yeah, a horse outside. Yeah, that's the one. Yep, I beat him. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Sith's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed. The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same eye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control the elements, and so on, can you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden has brought change to the firmament above. And yet it's clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. So we need movements. Would wind do the trick? Gorilla next? Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element, and instead focus on seeing them all restored. The power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Death even to the crashing of thunder? Or were you simply biding your time? One plan fails to achieve the desired effect, so you move on to the next with minimal bruising and prattling. Seems we're finally learning. We were already doing that before, you're just stalling us. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see after restoring the lightning element, but I did feel a little disheartened. Still, as Tancred and Urianger say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious. As much as I bemoan Urianger's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him to take care of all the ethereal science and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, as I wouldn't want it to go to his head. Into the firestorm. Firestorm? Wouldn't you want to reserve that for Ifrit? That name? Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an elegant conspiracy! That's funny. It certainly would not be beyond the arrogance to manipulate the weather, if such is thy suggestion, but it is a naturally occurring phenomena that I could speak. On one hand, Juliana knows about physics, could probably have a PhD in physics and theoretical physics, and knows about the relativity of time and all that. And then there's, what the hell is a rain? How is rain made? The restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high into the firmament, where it does condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. Yep. It seems we need wind aspected ether to create more clouds. But it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And even before that, we need fire aspected ether to make the water evaporate. Seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just throw out both elements together? Oh, is that what we're doing? You're suggesting that Juliana fight two Dayform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu at the same time? You realize how absurd that is? And yet, it is a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show to you in the bookman's shelves. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Joriana hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, eh, Thancred? I won't dream of questioning Urianjay's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Joriana, but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianjay thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for, you're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest. Kaya! Where are we getting both at the same time? We need to go to a place with both, right? Where would we go? I mean, they're going to make something up, of course, but still. I'd rather Rin keep her mind on our work here than worry about Kaya. Mind you, it might be better for them to clear the air before we go any further. I selected a location in which wind and fire aspected ether lie dormant, but I shall wait until Rin has completed her preparations ere I dispense with the particulars. I can't stand all of this waiting around. Growing up in Ilmore, I'm used to only living for the moment. Never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, the future, and so on. Those things simply didn't matter. But after Lord Wolfrey disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Ilmore started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred, and I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was almost as though under Lord Wolfrey's rule, time had stopped moving altogether, and when it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them, to make plans and look forward to a new day. It's like I'm the only one who can't move on, as if I'm still stuck in the past. What's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can stand the way they act as if the past never happened, choosing to forget it all. Hey! Get a punch through the skull. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Kaya, you see. The truth is that apart from Alice and Alfino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Let me talk to Gaia while we concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. Nice. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got. I think she realizes that. So let her know she's not alone and she'll come around eventually. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Tinker certainly has the gift of the gab. He'll know what to say. She can talk the hind legs off of a behemoth. Why not ask him? What? I thought advice would come from me, not just me saying, oh, go talk to him. I'm afraid that since arriving the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals. I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. That's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. Is it really a good idea to ask Lena, someone who's outside the Crystarium patrolling the whole time, what's popular in the Crystarium? Is that really the best choice? So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Alright then. In that case, never mind what I said, I suppose. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience by any chance? Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. You couldn't help yourself, could you? It's alright, Tancred, your secret's safe with me. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you. Alright, wish me luck. He's ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. Had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Okay. Tancred may have taken on the role of Reen's surrogate father, but I have of late become something of a mentor to her. Though largely in instilling what knowledge I can of these hero sciences, more attentive student thou shalt seldom find. When Reen and I face our problems together, it truly feels like we're a family, or at least what I imagined it would be like. I suppose we both grew up without our birth parents to guide us, but I think we turned out rather well given the circumstances. I wonder if this is the kind of bond that Flamens shared with Imperium. Aww. She looks like she's got a lot on her mind. Maybe now's not such a good time? It's still bothering me when I'm obviously not in the mood to talk. Why don't you get back to work? I'm doing squats. That is funny. That is so funny. And we're all just looking. What do you want? Oh, nothing, really. Can wait till later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you. Oh, serious now? Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? What? So random. The horseshoe emote. Nice. What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits? Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squidgy. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. So, if the world could end at any moment, then go do everything as soon as possible. Right? That's not going to happen. What if I've got anything to do with it? Listen, guy, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do, but you mustn't lose hope. New day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. Shut up, you think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Till I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see it anymore. That includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Omornus treated you. The precious oracle of light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky and you finally had a chance to lead a normal life. But instead you're flying around in a giant sin eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Gaia! Oof. I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Well, not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime, so don't even bother. We have a job to do, yes? And be quick about it. He's hoping a bit down in doldrums, but you let me worry about that. You can't allow anything to interfere with whatever goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. I think we've both rested for long enough. Let's get started, shall we? I hope it all goes according to plan. Oh boy. How is this gonna affect them? The Garufred. Ifruda. Defeat the D4 manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. But thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Muganje? A place called Ashfall does satisfy our requirements, I believe. The people speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, or after nightfall, slicing winds to tear at their cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Green, my dear. I remind you that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubles thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. That as well. May I concern for her, Wendy, yet more strength. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. Juliana, we'll only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. What will be the phrase this time? Memories of Garudin infant rage through your mind. Okay. Kinda basic, but I mean, they couldn't exactly do both at the same time. Like, they couldn't say like slice and burn. I mean, they could have said, yeah, they could have said like slice and burns through your mind or something like that. What sort of hellish beast you conjured up this time? It's been since our encounter with Ifrit and his Amaja and followers. Less than a year, apparently. Although not from your perspective, less than 5 years. My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixal, are present here on the first. My hypothesis as to the reason why can perhaps wait till another time. They were swallowed up by the... No, but they would be native to Raktik. Oh wait, no, yeah. Yeah, no, because the Ixal are artificial. They were made by the Allergans. Yeah, I remember now. 17 primals at once. Maybe they'll fight each other? That way you only need to beat the one left standing. I suppose it fits the purpose of it if you don't take them both down at the same time. 19 minutes, Jesus. That was also fast, but this will be the last one I'll do this stream, because I need to prepare myself for something, and then later maybe I can stream some more, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Both wind and fire.
Both wind and fire have answered the call.
Right, it's a voice actor.
Reed, are you alright?
It's gonna be interesting. They actually kind of look like they're the counterparts for once. And Joey is over there. The music doesn't seem to be very different from how it was before. Unlike Titan was very different. Oh, there we go. That's it for it. Interesting. Give me buckets like to me? Thank you. Very kind of you. Alright, this is a cool fight. Okay, fine, I'll give the commendation to Giulia. I got a commendation, yay. Combining contrasting powers of different primals. It seems an awful lot like the ultimate weapon. In any case, I'm pleased to see that you were as successful here as you were at the Praetorium. Da, 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 da. For a moment, I thought Green had lost control of the ether. Luckily, we managed to avoid any major disasters, from what I can tell. That two such ferocious beings should meld into a single entity is frightful indeed. Further research must needs be performed to fully comprehend this unexpected phenomenon. This was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is that we're now two elements closer to restoring the ether to the empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made. Oh, red and green mix, cool. It actually worked, just like Orion J said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manyfold. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Is something the matter? One more element, and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. There's still a third part to this that will come up later, like after I do like patch 5.2, I think? I think that was it. Yeah, don't worry, you just have to wait until then. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you! I still hunger. Oh. Oh there. Extinguish the curse of the light. Awaken our true power. Enough riddles, tell me who I am. You are... I am... Dark Gaia. Gaia. If she's Dark Gaia, does that mean that Rin is Light Gaia? She is Rin Chip? Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me! Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Heart of Darkness. Poor Gaia. If the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? Wish there was something we could do to help. Just get it over with, would you? Pray be on thy guard, my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control to the voice within. Okay, now I'm not gonna do that. I'll just leave that for the next stream, and I'm just gonna finish the Dark Knight quest real quick and end the stream. There is no response. Yet there can be no answer about this, can there? So let us wait for the time, you and I. In the cold, in the snow, in the dark. And in the snow. That was really good. That was a great scene. Oh, clever, clever, clever. Or are we just playing it by ear? No matter. I wanted this once, more than anything, a chance to speak and be heard. But neither of us needs it anymore. And if we were to look deep within ourselves, we would realize that we never did. Where did that other I come from? We are the stories we tell ourselves. The brave hero, the tortured soul, the altruist, the pragmatist. They tell you who they see, but you and you alone know who you are. For I speak only for myself. If you find comfort in my words, they are yours for the taking. That is your choice, now and ever after, as it has always been. Now comes your part, to cloak yourself in the fiction, to breathe life into the dead, to give a voice to the voiceless. As we did together that day when you gave us our answer. Was it ever mine? Kinda cool, pretty cool. Yeah, that was good. That was really nice. Welcome back, Juliana. As you can see, Riel and I are getting along swimmingly. You needn't worry about us in the slightest. Not one bit. So, what of that mysterious unsigned letter? Did your grand search for answers lead you anywhere interesting? Closure, perhaps? That's so. Well, glad to hear it, I suppose. Well, just like that, alright. I'll stop calling Jay the Chocoble's arse when he stops thinking of me as a stupid little girl. Because I think after everything we've been through, he'd give me a little more credit. It's because I'm so bloody short. I'm due for a growth spurt, but I don't know if I'll ever be as tall as he is. I mean, you're an Elven, you'll probably be taller. Saved any more parallel worlds lately? I jest. Still, you can't blame a man for revealing such incredible claims with a measure of skepticism, can you? To seem that the Countess's crusade died with her? Okay, yeah, that's still the same. Her walk the path, yeah, that's the same dialogue, hasn't changed. Kind of a shame, but... Anyway. I'm going back to Norvrant Stadium and get a Dark Knight thing. Guillotine. That's kind of a cool name. Why do I have this? Hydrogen nugget on all of them, alright. Alright, well, I have some cards to trade in for MGP. Anyway, I'm gonna end here. Just fun. The Eden Raids are being really cool. That was the end of all the job quests. The last job quest too. I'm pretty sure. I've done all of them. Yeah. Yeah, I've done all of them. So yeah, that's the end of them too. So the title of the stream isn't a lie. And the Eden Raids, I think I only have 2 more left, right? Yeah, 2 more left before I get blocked. So after that, after I get blocked there, I'll do this, the Shadow Walk with me, which is basically apparently the capstone quest for the role quest, which is awesome. I'll be doing these, however long they are, I don't know. Eternally on the sand. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Alright. I'll be doing these quests while I wait for the queue. For the Eden raids, pretty much. And after I do the Eden raids, I'm pretty sure that would be it. That's all I can... Oh wait, no, there's also the Crafter and Gatherer quests over there. So yeah, I'll do that too. The mean quests, I mean, Crystalline mean quests. This one is gonna be pretty cute, I can already tell. So I'll be doing both of these quests. They're probably chains of side quests, maybe? Not entirely sure, but they might be. So I'm pretty sure they'll be really good while I wait for an eternity for the queue. It will be an eternity since I'll be streaming before the daily reset happens, so yeah. Anyway. Howdy ho. Bye bye.